All right. Let's sort this camera out a bit. Okay. Bit late starting this morning. Just faffing around with building a new computer. And just activating Windows 11 on it. Which took longer than it should have. But anyway, back to the code. Alright. So let's just see what compiler errors we have. Worked on it a little bit last night. Some weird thing there, whatever that is. So we were just working on stamping in a framed animation into a level. This one in particular. So if I press the left button on the mouse, just want to stamp it there. Which calls a painter. And then it just doesn't return anything at the moment. So you want to stamp a framed animation in. So when we stamp cloth in, loud motorbike. There's some weird formatting errors. There and there as well. Like all of these, what's going on? Is there a way to format the document? Probably not. So it kind of wants to go there. Weirdly. I would like it to be over there. But it wants to go there. It's fine, whatever, doesn't matter. Have it go there then. Weird though. So when we stamp cloth, just use that as like, we'll copy and paste that into them, and we'll just change it when we want to stamp framed animation. It's weird that the formatting's all changed. Obviously broken somehow. Stamp framed animation. Okay. So we've got framed animation, and we have cloth content data, which obviously is not cloth, it's framed animation. I think we can just so if we put framed animation in there, and what we'll do is we'll just pair this enum with framed animation. We just got set data animation like that. Associated constraints aren't satisfied. Content brush data. So it doesn't know about this, I don't think. Get away with putting a class there and see if that worked. Work. So let's include framed animation. Framed animation reference, it says. So it thinks this is a framed animation reference, which it might be. Let's just see. Yeah, when I get my new computer in, I did just test building this on my new computer, and it is so much faster. I think it went down. So it takes about 1.5 minutes to do a full build of this engine on this computer, and it takes like 24 seconds on the other computer. So as soon as I get that going, it's going to be awesome. It's not quite ready yet though. I need to install, like, set up Visual Studio properly on it. Okay. What is animation? It does return a reference. It's very strict, that. Oh, it has to be a right-hand side. That's what's going on there. Let me just do a copy. All right. So that will stamp one of them in. So let's just stamp one in. We probably won't, I don't think we'll see anything. We'll be able to see it in the save file. We'll save it. Just put that back there. And then if we look at the save file, you can see there we go, we have frame animations. Depends if we might want to mix up frame start. Oh, it stamps it on the frame that it's currently on. Actually, frame start's just, yeah, start at 0, end at 71. So it stamps it exactly on the frame that it's. I just don't want all the animations to play in sync, at least by default. That'll be good then. Well, I mean, that won't happen because it'll just stamp it straight on frame. So when it starts playing it, start playing it from frame 40, which is good. Okay, so now we need a renderer for it and the actual game board content. Because right now it's in the save file, but it's not. No, we don't know how to render it yet. So we do have a sprite sheet tile renderer. And we want one for framed animations. I believe. See, what we probably want is one for all of them that there is. Right now, I think it probably says is complete, which means that if there isn't a renderer for that particular sprite sheet data type, which is these, it's fine. But I think what we want is to force a renderer to be there. So yeah, so what we want to do is we want that to actually, what's going on there? Format is all kind of weird. Yeah, the format is just completely broken for some reason. Oops. That's where I want it to be. Why is it doing that? So I've just installed Visual Studio on my other computer, and it does weird stuff with sync now. Look, all these are all wrong as well. So I probably synced factory settings back to this computer or something. That is really annoying. So if I do this, it goes to there. It's not what I want. Ooh. I want that to be off. I want it to actually go directly underneath. Why do you do this to me? Is that it? Don't know the difference between block and smart indenting. We swapped them all up. Maybe only that one, because these are actually right. I want that as well. That is, it has actually changed a bunch of settings. I want that. Okay. There we go. There we go. It's done it properly now. Okay. It's really annoying. There we go. Lovely. A quick scan. If I clear anymore. And I'll check it builds. I don't want to delete any code really. Oh, we've deleted something. They're the wrong way around. There's this as well. What's this about? Oh, actually. There we go. All right, good. Okay. So, we want a renderer for framed animation, I believe. So if we build this, it should tell us that we need that. I mean, it might not actually give us a very good error message. Yeah. So we need to actually put a better error message in there. That's easy. Static assert there. We'll just say function not implemented. Implemented. Now we should get a bit of a better error message than that. At least it'll tell us what is not implemented. Here we go. Framed animation is not implemented. So we will just look at sprite sheet normal. This is obviously going to be framed animation, I think. Okay, and we'll just copy what sprite sheet normal is doing. We don't need to worry about sprite window content data. Yeah, we'll just do this for now. So at least you have a code path for framed animations. It's not going to draw it properly because we're not animating it. Oh, it does draw it properly. Look at that. Well, we are animating it, aren't we? Because we're calling to get data path on it. Get data path actually goes through to this, which if it's a framed animation, it'll animate it. Well, that's easy. So now we can just in theory stamp these about. Draws it at the wrong place. So where is the origin for that? Right there in the middle. That's that red dot. Okay, so what I'm going to do... What is P? Instance position plus position. So position comes from, because it allows us, it's like an offset. Because it's a prefab, I want to be able to stamp these, the whole prefab around the world soon, and that's what that position will be. So it's this position that's wrong. Instance position, I think. So let's just remove this brush. Put it, I mean, where the mouse is about 0, 0. So, yeah, here's the thing, like, as well, is that this status kind of can't be there as well, because this might change in the brush. So we have to do something like we do with cloth, where we just get it out by an ID. But we'll work on that after this. So the position, and then the origin. So it's position, the position minus the origin, I believe, is where you need to draw it. What I want to know is why I am not doing that for the other things, like the cloth. Or the normal one. That position's like baked in there. So when we stamp normal, we're saying the position is the brush position. So let's see if this does actually. Just get a normal brush. And that doesn't work either. Yeah. So that's fine. So when we stamp, So we either want to, like, that is its literal position in world space, but it's just its drawing position. So I wonder if we have to do position minus instance dot origin. Or we could actually do it here in the draw texture. What would be the best place? This position is the bottom left corner of the sprite. So this would be like position minus origin, and then that would be like that. Don't know if that is more confusing. I'll leave it at that and see what it's like. That's just position. So draw texture in world doesn't accept an origin. That's the thing as well. Let's draw light texture. Image in world doesn't either, like none of them. Yeah, I think we just leave it, and then in the renderer we do position minus instance.origin, like that. There. There. So doing brush origin there. We'll say instance origin, see if that works. Okay. Hopefully this draws it in the right place now. There we go. So if we pick this again, And then we pick this one. They do run at the same speed, look. Not sure we want to do that. We're animating exactly the same time. Don't think really we want to do that. Let's just check grass works. Grass doesn't quite work. That's in the wrong place. So it must have been brush origin. The grass. Rather than the instance origin. That's still not quite right. I reckon the brush origin and the instance origin are the same. What's going on there then? Kind of hard to debug this because there's so many grass blades. Okay, so what we're going to do is take out that explosion for a second. We'll just put in a very small brush. Oh. Make it all nothing negative X. And that stamped a bunch of things negative X. So let's have a look at drawing the grass. So instance origin. I wonder actually if it's just position. It's the origin, that's like the origin on the grass blade. But for a brush, I don't think that applies. It only, like for the brushing it around, it only applies for like stamping it on. Let's try that again. So this is like the origin's there because I want the mouse to be exactly at the base of the grass blade. That's what the origin does. On stamp, it's a bit different. Yeah, that's good. That's it. That's working. Okay. So what we need to also do then is that framed animation thing, where it actually references properly the framed animation, all the frames and stuff. Let's just put it back in. Get it right on the on the origin. This really, so these, any of these could actually change at any time. If I change the actual brush itself, so you can't actually store it here. What we have to do is have this type of thing where we just store an ID. I wonder how that works with cloth. So cloth content data, it just stores this ID. What does it do? It actually gets it out of a file, I think. So we need to do a similar thing. So what we need is actually struct framed animation content data U64 animation brush ID, and then not serialized. And this will also allow us to have the animations playing on different frames as well. Basically need to say how these are serialized. So it's a similar thing. Except it's the animation brush ID and it's framed animation content data data.animation is equal to content data zip. Content data, I think that just gets the framed animation out, copies it in. So we definitely need a breakpoint there. And we want this as well. I think that will do it. Except we need to actually now store this. So in the editor, when we're actually making one, content painter frame animation stamp. This is like this. The animation brush ID is exactly the same as cloth, really. Is the brush ID. Like that. We may as well set the animation as well. So, dot animation equals animation. Ooh. And content brush data now. This is no longer framed animation. It's framed animation content data. So we need to actually delete this now. And rather than having the actual animation there, we should just have an ID to where we can get the animation from. And then obviously now in the renderer, this has got to change a bit. To use our animation. So it's framed animation content data. So we could just continue to use the brush's path, get path data from the brush. What does this want? It wants a content brush, but why does it want it? Because it wants content. Okay, I'm wondering if we could do it on. Could just literally pass it the animation. See, look at this mental formatting. It's all broken. I mean, we kind of only want this, really. So we want to do data animation. Well, let's just say auto animation is data animation, and then we can just do this. And that gives us the index that we want to get to. So we want basically content brush. We want to get the paths. So it'd be like a brush. Which is private now. No, so we could say brush, data path, paths, index, like that. If not index, return. I'm a Fu Manchu. Good morning. How's it going? You all right? I'm just on with my framed animation stuff. Still coughing. Getting a bit better. Oh, that's good. I'm glad. I installed Visual Studio on my new computer this morning. And you know, it like syncs. It syncs Visual Studio settings between computers. It kind of like synced back some factory settings onto my old computer, which I'm using now, which was really annoying. And then I turned on Visual Studio, and a lot of the formatting things had been reset to factory settings, which was annoying. Don't know, it's been 2 or 3 weeks. Oh man, nasty cold, or nasty chest infection or something. Let's get some antibiotics maybe. So we play it. We have to just make sure the index is not gonna. So say if index is greater or equal to data paths, return. Oh no, happy with it. So how do you export a settings file? I had a look on it, but it was just the stuff in the installer. So it was like what you've got, you know, what distributable package you've got loaded and stuff. But what I want to do is like export all of my extensions and things as well. Can you do that? You know, like I want like multicolored output window and stuff. Tools, import, export settings. And this will do all of my like, will it do like sort of visual assist and everything? Thanks for that, that's awesome. I had a look, but the documentation on me going into the installer and stuff. Depend on the extension. Yeah, well, I'll definitely do it, and I'll load it into my new computer later on. Even if it does half of it, that'll save me a lot of time, which is great. Thanks very much. Doesn't contain extensions. Okay, so you've still got to install it. Yeah. Well, that makes sense, I suppose, because some of them are paid licenses, aren't they? That's great. Thank you very much. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Well, some extensions need you to buy a license, don't they, for different computers and stuff, so they won't want that just to copy over. Typing too fast. Yeah, it's alright, don't worry. When I get in on a morning, I'm usually just like mashing into the keyboard and nothing's coming out properly, and then eventually I'll warm up a bit. Okay, so I don't actually think we have one of these in, so yeah, so working on this content browser now, and you can have framed animation, little thumbnails are actually animate, which is cool. I thought about maybe doing an idle animation there as well, but that might be a bit overkill. Maybe. And that would mean that would actually have to get rendered. You know, sent through the renderer to animate every frame, which would be a bit overkill. But that's handy, because if that was just a screenshot of the first frame, then you wouldn't even know what it is. So we'll place one of them. So this is how we're going to draw it. So in theory that still works. It's just when we load it up. Okay. So if I save that, awesome. So now get this to load properly. There we go. This is just referenced by an ID now, which is good because that means any of the underlying animation data can change in the brush. And when we load it, it will get the latest basically because it's just an ID. So let's just check it actually loads properly. So this is the code path I'm loading it from the text file. It's interesting, it already has it in data. Does it? No, I don't think it does. It's just all blank. So we need to copy it in from the file. There we go. No, 7160 false. And there we go. All right, check that in. That's great. So what would be the next thing to work on? A tree, actually. Placing a tree into the level. And I have a little bug. This isn't meant to be so dark. This is meant to be kind of grey. Because you can't see the tree. Like this, you know, like you can't even see the trunk of the tree really. You have a tree blowing up there, look. it's locked it to tree because it's got 2 references in the game. I think because we're making so many changes to how the data is laid out in the levels, we're going to have to kind of redraw out all of those. A very loud biker outside the office. Redraw out all those levels. Alright, so where's the origin? It's here. So I kind of want to put the origin right there. So now, yeah, what I might actually do is investigate why it's so dark. Like the content browser is so dark. We call begin and clear UI. Begin. Okay, so this is just on the canvas. Clear color. Null opt, it says. Alright, so we didn't actually specify a clear color. There's no clear color. It calls draw background, which has got style clear color, which is very dark. Maybe we just have to supply a clear color. Say float. If you just say color, make it red. Ah, yeah, there we go. So it kind of we need kind of a light. It was a light meant to be a light grey. I don't know what that is in floating point. That is that colour. Suppose when we actually draw the thumbnails, we could do that. So if we draw a thumbnail for just a normal image. It's because we don't want to run them all. If we wanted to clear the back colour of the image, we'd have to run it through the renderer, really. So what we do, all we really do is just resize it. And I don't really want to alpha it on. Yeah, so we'll just do this one. I don't know what colour we want, really. All 6s. Or we could checkerboard it. I don't know really. At least we know we can mess with that. We'll continue. So yeah, drawing a tree. See, that's kind of the colour it's meant to be. What colour is that? Anyway, whatever. So this is set as a tree already. And I can't change it because it's referenced 2 times in the actual game level files. So in the sprite sheet editor, this is kind of messed up really. I mean, it works okay, it's just a bit long. Tick sprite sheets. So it's meant to actually do a simulation. There's this thing called a tree simulation. So do we actually see that? Yeah, they are actually moving. There's just not much wind really. Says this is unstable if the game is left running overnight. Okay. S buffer gust. So this thing called you have stacking dynamic buffers. Ooh. I've got gust position. Gust radius. So we are ticking that, I gather. They're just not very big. 106. Gust radius 5. Is this a mount thing? Is there like a gust power? Gust strength, which times it by 1/2. Wind speed. So we're not using any of these. we'll leave it. We'll leave it. So, tree simulation. We just have to call tick on it by the sound of it. With the canvas for some reason. They need the canvas for to get the buffer. That might change. That might change. Just drawing everything. Fairly straightforward then. So content painter for tree simulation stamp. So the preview, it just draws so we want to stamp it in. So how do we stamp it in? Like for instance, framed animation. Look. It's another formatting thing. So when we stamp in the framed animation, basically this thing. So we'll copy that, and then when we actually stamp in the tree simulation, it's kind of similar. Except this is tree simulation, and we need a tree simulation framed animation, like a tree simulation content data as well. Which is got the brush ID. And tree simulation. These are kind of similar. We've got 3 of the same now. So I could in theory. No, I'll just leave it. We'll just leave it. Got tree simulation content data. We've got the tree simulation brush ID. And what are we going to do? We're going to go tree simulation. And this is tree simulation is equal to the content data. So it's exactly the same, really. data simulation. Then we need to make another one of these. Resimulation. There we go. So now when we actually stamp one in, this is a tree simulation, content data. Tree simulation. So in theory that allows us to stamp one in. Into the level. And then we just want to render it when it's stamped in. So it's this type of thing. So this is, whoops, tree simulation content data. And we need, this is where we'll tick the simulation. So we're going to go data, tree simulation, tick canvas. Like this. And then we just need to draw everything. What is that? Okay, that's just got a bunch of positions in. So in the sprite sheet editor, so these are image layers. So that means when we prepare the brush, we've got to pass in a bunch of image layers. So what is that? Here. So it looks like we can generate them for different types of sprite. Tree. So we want one for a tree. Generate sprite brush for tree. We should go through a similar thing to this. Slightly different. We definitely do want to generate all the layers. And I think all we have to do is encode each one in DDS, I think. So they're just all different images. They come from the trunk. They come from the sim. Sorry. So for auto layer and layers, what we kind of want to do is cut it off by tile though. So for auto tile, well, I'm not even in the right method here. In sprite sheet tiles. Actually do with that if there as well. So we need to kind of flip the layer against the tile. So it would be like auto bounds equals tile bounds dot clip. It's the other way around. Layer pixel bounds dot clip with tile bounds. And then we just need to go if, well, auto view equals layer image dot get view these bounds, if not view continue. So that gets us the image. That we need to actually save as a as brush data. And that's the data path. We don't actually have to cache out the image this time. Well, we won't do it multi-threaded yet. Don't need to. So we want to do view, write file, data path. Like that. The question is, how do we know which one is the trunk and which ones are the leaves? Layers trunk index. So the sim knows somehow. Oh, because we have to call add trunk. Store sprite sheet data. The layer name contains trunk. I think it's stored in the sim anyway when it's loaded. Where are we? Here. To see when we get there anyway. So that we'll just write it all. And then the thumbnail is actually just this image here. So let's just generate brush thumbnail. Image. Brush. Zero, I think that will work. How do we get the brush? Oh, we need to make the brush. So that's got to go there. Here we go, that's the brush. That's the image. So we actually need to clip that with the tile as well. You get bounds.clip with the tile bounds. And then we need to go if auto view image get view bounds. Generate it with the actual view. Back to an image, I think. Okay. Just get view on anything. What's the problem here? That seems right to me. Can I go back and one from rect I to rect U32? Oh, it's up here, look. Right. So data paths, one for each layer. Thumb paths, we just have one thumbnail. So the thumbnail is more like how it would be for the default case, which is down here. We've got it already. All right. Yeah, so it's the thumbs. Thumb path. It's helpers. Format TW string. Thumbs format. Tile.id. Tile.getID. That's the thumb path. The level. Isn't it like this? So that will do that. Now I need to set do some work with the content now, which is just this stuff, I think. It's going to be free simulation. All right, so hopefully that generates the brush for a tree. Let's just have a go. Okay, tree simulation. So the simulation doesn't actually have in the set trunk and everything and set leaves. We need to do that. Add trunk, add leaf. So we actually need to get the tree simulation out earlier. Ref free simulation. So that's just like this. It's like this actually. It's more straightforward. Get the tree simulation out. If there isn't one, can't do it. And now when we go through the layers, we need to do tree simulation empty before we do that. And then we need to do if layer name contains trunk tree simulation trunk. We want the layer index. Okay. Oh. Position layer local bounds xy. Else if layer name contains leaves resimulation add leaf l layer local bounds xy layer local bounds. There we go. So that will add the correct thing into the tree simulation. And then we pass it along, put it into the brush, we'll have the correct data path for each thing. But I actually think this is auto index. It's this, isn't it? Actually. So we might miss what's some out. Okay. So now we just need to save the brush. Alright, let's run this then. So I think really we'll just check if it's a tree simulation first, because that's quite cheap. Loading the PSD layers is not cheap. That view is considerably smaller than those bounds. Oh yeah, because we're... No, it's fine. That is meant to be like that. There's a lot of layers, 2,241 layers. on assert on negative view. Ooh, layer. Pixel bounds looks like a -1 or negative something. What layer are we on? 1163. What does that mean then? Because that's come straight from the file. Bounds is apparently a U, unsigned. Let's have a look at that, if you can find it. This is a rectangle containing the top left bottom right corner. It doesn't actually tell you what. It must be integer. Must be integer. Don't actually tell you what unit it is. So how does this work with it? Probably is also negative. We're actually doing it in the sprite sheet editor as well. So when we generate the image, how are we doing this? It's all unsigned, you see. I wonder if we could cast it to an int there. RS32. Well, it comes in as -30 anyway, so it is kind of working. The bounds is 0. Oh, it's because bounds is 0. It's because tile summit bounds is 0. What's 0? This. So there's no clip. Okay. If not bounds, continue. And I'm gonna change this back. It clipped against the actual tile and we need to cull it out. There we go. So the tree simulation should have a bunch of leaves and one trunk in it, which it does. We have a thumb path, and then we have data paths. The tree simulation in. So I'm wondering, really, rather than test there, let's just let this crash again. We need to make sure that this doesn't fail. It failed because bounds was 0. The area of bounds was 0. Woot Dragon, hey, long time no see, how's it going? May as well do it there as well. If there's no rect, Return it there. Okay. Pretty good. Oh, good. What am I working on? Making brushes for the sprite sheet editor and the level editor and stuff. At the moment. Different types of brushes. Or a system where you could have, like, you know, it'd be quite easy to adding a new type of brush. Say, you know, this is where I want to, like, brush a tree onto the level, or generate a brush, which would mean I could paint a tree onto the level. But if I wanted to do another one for, like, I don't know, fog or something, I could do a similar thing. What is not tree simulation? Oh, here. So this is like generic storage. So you could store any type in there. So I'm going to say try and get it as a tree simulation. And if it's not a tree simulation that's stored in there, then I can't actually. I return false, can't actually generate the brush. Not looks like new syntax. I'm not sure how new it is. You can actually type the words and, or, and not, and XOR. You don't have to actually do the symbols. I'm not sure how long that's been around. I've been using it for a while. So this takes like a sprite sheet and gets all the tiles out of the sprite sheet and makes brushes for each of the tiles. But the sprite sheet, you know, it could be a complicated thing, not just an image. It could have lighting on it, or it could be like a tree. It could be a framed animation, or it could be cloth, or anything else that you can think of that you might need. So you need to make a brush out of that, which the level editor can load and then use as to paint onto the level. Okay, and then we want to pass it in as a tree simulation. Okay. Brush format. So now I just have to look for this in brushes. I have to use the symbols, but I'm not. Yeah. Yeah, there's and or not and XOR, I believe. So it makes these brushes, and that's the one I just made. So if we open this up, didn't save the data out though, so that's what I have to work on next. I haven't written it yet. Let's try that again. Okay. So this describes a brush. So that's where it came from. This is the thumbnail. The thumbnail can be, you can have different types of thumbnail as well. This is the data. That's wrong. So I have to figure out what's going on there. Yeah, this is it. So it's saying it's a framed animation, which of course it... Oh, that's because it says the content is a framed animation. It's actually a tree. So we need to fix that. Looks kind of like JSON. Yeah, it's my custom file text format. It's kind of Python-y in a way. But it's just data, there's no logic. So you've got like the thing and the colon. So this is like a name. This is a type. And then you've got like name, type. And then this is an array called paths. And then you've got name. And then so it's like key value of the array really. And then name, type, name, type, name, type. But you don't, like there's a system in the engine which writes these, you don't have to write these. It just kind of like, you write the little reflect classes. So like sprite tile content has a reflect in it. Where you just send the name and then you send the type and the type. Set type name and the type. So this is like a callback. And it's not just used for the text, saving to text files. It's used for quite a few things. Any kind of way, anytime you want to reflect something basically. But when Reflect comes out, when standard meta comes out, I should hopefully be able to have just one of these classes, and then this will be a proper templated type rather than a specialized type. I'll be able to actually do reflection on the templated type, and then it'll just work for everything, which would be awesome. Seems a little laggy. Yeah, maybe. I'm not dropping frames here. It says I haven't dropped any. Could be the computer, like, if I compile. Maybe. Got a new computer sat right next to me. It's nearly ready. Just need to get our Visual Studio sorted out on it. And I'll be able to have a much faster computer, which will be awesome. Doesn't say that I'm dropping frames, but who knows? New computer, yeah. That I've just built last week. And I just put Windows on it last night. And then this morning I put Visual Studio on it. But the Visual Studio that I use is quite like customized, so I just need to set all that up. Got the new name for the next Visual Studio they're working on. No, I didn't hear about it. Oh look, there's nothing in there. There's no leaf states, it says. updates apparently. SSDs have been dying. Oh. Visual Studio Next. Right. Yeah, I wonder what that's going to be like. It's been 22 for a while. In 2026 nearly now. Ooh, let's have a look. UI refresh. That's quite hilarious. It's like, oh, there's a tiny little bit shaved off there. And that's a UI refresh. The width of the line number gutter. How? It's not very wide on mine. It's not that wide. Unless it is up at the top. Yeah. Okay. I wonder how that would look when you do start having more than like 1,000 lines of code in a file. You're surely still at the top there'll be a massive gap. Who knows? See, this is good because setting stuff in Visual Studio's ancient. It's really quite rubbish. Having a new settings environment is good. Lots of Copilot stuff. Well, I wonder what it'll be like. Hopefully they work on making it quicker. Improving the performance. Oh, right, yeah, good. I hope that's true, though. They kind of say that all the time. And it doesn't actually... It isn't true. Or at least I don't see it. UI, AI Copilot. Nice. So there's no leaf states. Yeah, well, I'll get it when it comes out, see what it's like. Oh, is it because this is returning 0 all the time? Obviously implemented something wrong there. Ooh, what's going on there then? Here's the video convention.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for...
Oh, yeah. I'll check that out. Check that out later. Check that out after this evening or something. It's gonna suck more. Yeah. Yeah, who knows? I think Visual Studio 22 was an improvement on the last couple. Can't remember what they were called now. Get view. Oh, well, this is completely not right. That's the main image. Yeah. It's the view of the main image. Which we can't, so this actually doesn't, this can't work like that. No, actually, it should be okay. It should be okay. Ah. How do I want this to work then? Not a full channel of Copilot stuff. Trying to turn everyone into vibe coders. Yeah, I mean, if it makes more people get into coding, then I quite like that. I think you're going to get a lot of pretty terrible coders though. If they make it into the workplace, that could be pretty bad. I tried Copilot to see what it was all about, but you just spend too much time checking code for me. Like, it suggests something and you got to read it, it suggests something, you got to read it, and it becomes this reading exercise of code. Which I didn't really like. I'll let you know how Windows 11 goes. I've just put that on that new computer. And see if I like it or not. AI is like, the thing is like, it's the new, for all these big Titan tech companies, it's the new path to follow for growth. That's why they're like following it so aggressively, because they've finally got some path to follow which will allow their companies to grow. I don't think whether it's good or bad doesn't really come into it for them. And that's why it's being shoved in people's faces. Shareholder value. Yeah. Hey Maddie, how's it going? Yeah. Helps this streams. How's it going? Do you like the autocomplete? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I kind of code to chill out, and that's what I like to do as a hobby and stuff like that. And I don't need huge productivity increases, because that's not why I do it. I don't do it for maximum yield. I do it because I do it to relax, stretch my brain a bit, you know, as well. Need to retire, just code for chilling. Yeah. I mean, you have a different life, don't you? Different path. You know, if I was working in a job that needed maximum yield, you'd just get used to it, I suppose. But it kind of becomes a different skill, or a little bit. It overlaps into a different skill a little bit, because you have to make sure that when you press tab, you're not introducing bugs. Which you would, you know, I imagine, you know, you just get used to looking at what you look at, don't you? So you eventually will get used to it, and you'll be able to scan it really fast and stuff like that. But I quite enjoy typing it in. I'm a lottery winner. I'm not a lottery winner at all. Coding for me is more of a creative thing. I wouldn't do it as a job, personally. I don't want it to be stressful. It's all around C#. Yeah, that's right. They've been like that for a while. You alright? How's it going? They've been like that for a while. Like, C# is obviously Microsoft's thing as well, isn't it? So that's obviously what they're going to push. Let's get to a point where you can work on a hobby project full time. Yeah. Well, you need a 5-year plan. Try and get there in 5 years. Just got to work to it. Okay, so obviously this is not going to work because it wants to look at 234, 406 on the X and Y, and this image is only 4 pixels big. So that's not going to work. Like, I don't know if you really need to even clip it, you know, by the tile. So I don't think that's ever going to happen. Technically, it would be nice. Not on a tree. This is all on trees, this. You'd have to get like the difference. See, we could just work directly on layer image, which we might do actually. So I'll get rid of view. Don't need bounds anymore. This is layer image. C# is not performant enough for my needs. It's more of a scripting language. Well, yeah. It has pinch points when it does the garbage collection. That can stall. If you're doing game development, I know that can stall a game. I've not measured how performant it is against. It's very hard to measure how performant it is against C++, really. My plans to get my wife to take it in for all, but all of us. Ah, okay. Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it? Yeah, and you can do the school run and stuff. Okay, let's see if this works then. Okay. So this takes a lot longer. So I wasn't doing it. It takes 2.8 seconds. And that is probably mostly this. So we'll try and speed that up. We'll do that multi-threaded. And we'll just check this brush path again. There it is. It's got all of the brushes in it, all of the actual TDS files. There's a lot of them. I mean, this is quite slow, really. It might be nice to actually put in a custom file type which stores them all together. Big house. Can have any food you want. Massive wardrobe. Ultra cushion seats on planes. Get your priorities right. That's awesome. I think the trick to be able to do this is to not go for all that. And you need significantly less money. If you can live without all that, maybe there's a chance. Like, I don't have a mobile phone contract or anything like that. This is going to be take quite a long time to load. We'll see. It's interesting. So how are they making it more like VS Code? What are they doing? Rich does have it. Yeah, it does have its benefits for sure. Anonymous. You want to be anonymously rich. That would be awesome. That's quite hard, isn't it? You don't want to sacrifice your anonymity. Or at least I don't. Because then you're like, you have a lovely house, but you can never leave it. That'd suck. Maybe we make a custom file format for this, because it does also take. So if we go from here to here, it takes 1.3 seconds there. That's not too bad. .4 seconds. So we could actually get this image out. Do a copy. Oh, we don't even need to do a copy. This is good. Can just run job. Like that. What do we want to pass in here? So data path may go out of scope. Don't need it for anything else though. So we can pass in the layer, the ID, the data format. And then we can just flush here. See how long that takes. We need to actually add it 2 times, unfortunately. Oh no, we can just pass through the index and the data paths. So as long as data path doesn't get reallocated, which it won't, we can do this. Laser Seppo. Which programming language and frameworks are being used? What is the code editor IDE being used? My assignment where I have to watch a couple of Twitch coding streams and want answers for those questions. I decided to pick yours. Oh, thank you. Right. Programming libraries. Maybe something called Spine, which is a 2D rigged animation library. And then I use something called BC7E, which is an image compression library. Dr. WAV, which is a WAV file, so a sound file conversion library. So I can convert sounds to different formats. LZ4, more compression. Magic enum, that's like enum to string, string to enum. Rapid CSV loader. IGBCX, which is another image compression library, and then something called STB, which has more image stuff, mostly for image stuff. Good old standard lib. STB lib, sorry. Yeah. A bunch of STB things. And what's the other one? Code editor, Visual Studio. Visual Studio, yeah. Then I use a little bit of standard template library, so I'll use standard span, and sometimes I use standard optional sometimes, standard array sometimes. That's it, pretty much. Oh yeah, and I use an OGG Vorbis compressor. Encoder. So this is my code, but I'm calling into the Vorbis stuff here, an OGG. So this will encode WAV files to OGG files, because OGG files are a lot smaller. It's just a sound compression library. Not sure if like rich people in general get a lot of attention or just I'm sure there are plenty of rich people who not super rich who are anonymous. It might end up being called Visual Studio 2026. Might just be a code name, Visual Studio Next. I think Visual Studio Next is not the best brand name, because of what happens when you want to do the next one. Because Visual Studio Next will have to be supported even like when Visual Studio Next is out, which would be a bit weird. Visual Studio 2022 and it's buggy. It is quite buggy. There are a few really annoying bugs. Sometimes on my laptop, the watch window just stops accepting text input and I actually have to restart Visual Studio to get it to work again. And that has been around for years. That's really annoying. And then I've had some weird bugs. I think they're gone now. Sometimes like tab would just stop working. And it works fine, like I can go into like Notepad and type in a tab. It just doesn't work in Visual Studio. Laid off a ton of employees. Yeah, they did. And in the games industry. Kind of next gen AI. Yeah, I mean that's what they'd love. They'd love everybody to use it because of AI. I mean, I need to see more of that to see how actually successful that's going to be. Is this the same older version as Visual Studio? It's no problem. This is Visual Studio 2022. So I'm not sure which older Visual Studio you're referring to. This is the newest one you can get right now. Yeah, I don't know what I would like to see in like how AI help coding. I'm not really a fan of like popping up suggestions. But it might be nice to have something that's like, did you know you could do this way? You could do this way, and it would be more efficient or something. I don't know. I don't know how I would do that. But massive code completion. Not really. It's good for productivity, but if you're not looking for maximum productivity, then it's a bit useless. Yeah, VS Code. No, yeah, VS Code's a little bit different. It's a different idea, yeah. This is more for... I mean, you can do C++ in VS Code as well. This is more tailored towards systems programming, I think, like more low-level programming. Although I haven't had enough experience in VS Code to say that for sure, really. But it's got like a very extensive debugger where you can probe memory and stuff like that. And a build system built into it that's good for game development and stuff like that. So we were looking at like 1.4 seconds or something before. Uh, 984 milliseconds. So it's like 2/3. So if I save this sprite sheet file, how long does it take? The thing is, I'm about to upgrade to a new computer, so it doesn't actually matter really, because this is probably going to be a lot faster on a new computer. So I'll just move this around. Oh, I need to get rid of all the breakpoints. This is an old computer I'm running now. Not too bad. So this is this tree that I'm working on. And you can't see on stream really because I can barely see on the actual screen, but all the leaves move. Which is, so when like a storm is rushing through the level, they'll move a lot more and it'll be a lot more obvious, but there's not much wind. Laser, no problem. Laser seppo. See you around. Next will be secretly recording all your code into AI without consent. Yeah, I mean, it definitely takes into account your code because it learns about your coding style, doesn't it? And then can suggest things in your style. Visual Code is more tough than Visual Studio. Getting setting stuff up, yeah, it is. Is it a shader to do the leaves? It's a particle system. That's how that works. Just done on the CPU though. maybe one day move it to the GPU if it starts causing performance problems, but it's pretty fast at the moment. I'm not going to have too many trees on the screen at once. Oops. The grass is a shader that I have. Just run it. So all these grasses here. So you can actually stamp stuff onto the level, and it doesn't work with grass yet. I can brush it on, I think, unless I've just broken it. Maybe I've just broken it. That was working like 15 minutes ago. What have I done to break that then? That's a bug we can try and fix now. Let's see. I reckon it's because I stamped grass on first and it didn't. That's not implemented yet. So this all moves in the wind as well. You can see it go in there. And the flag as well. So like, this is just like an image from Photoshop, and then you divide it into a mesh. Just by like how many like width and height there. Put some damping, and you can do things like take off these. And if I resave it, see it like drops down like that. It's quite cool. But these are going to like hang off buildings and stuff in the actual game. It's a CPU pixel shader. It's a CPU particle system simulation. You can move it to the GPU later. You can actually run the particle system on the GPU instead. I only used the call operator once. Something with threads. Yeah, so the good thing about call operator is it can be a lambda. So if I want to generate a sprite brushing line, I can do it with do it as a lambda. So that'd be like a function, and you can actually pass in a lambda, and it's the same. So that's why I've put it on a call operator. Some of them I don't put on call operators though. Some of them I just put in the constructor. Like here, this is just the constructor. Oh no, there is a call operator. Which one I would do as just a constructor? It might actually be in the renderer. Yeah, here we go. So when you want to render a tree, this is just a constructor. Where do you learn to write code for that flag effect? Where did I learn? I can't remember where I got that from. So you can get tutorials on GitHub. I think probably on GitHub or somewhere about cloth simulation. Because you use it, it's used all over the place because you can actually attach it to like rigged characters and stuff, and then it could be a cape or something like that. Alright, so we won't worry about the fact that we couldn't paint the grass there, because I think what happened was I stamped down the grass and it broke it, but that's okay because I've not actually implemented stamping down the grass yet, only painting it in. So a tree, what were we going to do? So there's the tree there. We don't have a previewer for it properly. I need to take all that grass off. Constructing the object with the lambda. So if you put it in a call operator, where was I doing that? Here. Then, oh, this is a bit of a different thing. Where is it? Here, for instance, this is it. Then this could just literally be a lambda. Like this, and it will get called. Or this could get passed in, sorry, where if you get, this could get passed into something like standard function, for instance, or I have something called hybrid lambda, and you could call it from there. That's what it is. So you could use it as like a callback. So, you know, you could do like standard function, and then you'd have to have the actual signature there, and then store it in here, and then you'd be able to call it. Because it's because the standard function calls the call operator, if you know what I mean. No frame reference on cloth sims. Yeah, look it up, it's good. Whereas if I was to name this another thing, it wouldn't work that way. Yeah, no problem, no problem. So we could. What are you doing? We could have like a file format which is like a DDS image array. Because there's like thousands of files there. This is going to make 2,421 files. Already feeling intimidated. Don't feel intimidated. Ask whatever you want. So using vertice points on a texture mapped image. For the cloth. Yeah, so it's done with UV. That's right. So this creates a bunch of UV coordinates. No, actually, no, it's a proper mesh. It's a proper mesh. So this is a mesh, and then each vertex has its UV, and then it's just drawn as a proper. That's how it. Yes, because it needs to be able to move. Yeah. So this would be an actual like lattice mesh. Okay, so we'll just make one here. We'll have like a DDS image array. And that's obviously going to have an array of our DDS texture array. Array of texture like that. Hey, TechCast, how's it going? No, nothing of game dev, venturing towards data science. This seems so much cooler and interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think like game technology in general, so not just making games, but making games technology it's like an endless pit of learning, which I like. So you can just keep learning forever basically and get better and better and better at it. And that's the thing you like to do, then it's a good path to follow, I think. And this bit of suffering. There's a bit of suffering, especially at the beginning. But it's like, if you want a big project, or even if you just want to learn a little bit of it, you know, you just want to learn how to make an asset pipeline or an asset cache or something, loading and saving different types of assets, you can do that. So you're moving the UV. I'm actually, no, it's at Woot Dragon, it's actually a mesh. It's a proper mesh. So the UVs are fixed and the vertex positions are moving. Yeah. So it's just like a mesh. It's exactly like a mesh. Okay, so this is actually going to be a file. So let's have a look at the IM32. So U32 magic is DDSA. So struct align struct align as 16 DDSA header. Call it a DDSA, and that's going to have the magic. So it's a DDSA, and then we just probably want like maybe the texture count. And then all we're going to have is the header and the textures like that. But are they all going to be actual individual DDS files? Rather than textures. Yeah. And then we'll just do it right here in line for now. Class DDS a image writer. Well, it's not even an image really, is it? So we'll just say could write it to memory. So I'm going to write it to memory. And then we want a push buffer. Image buffer. So it's one, we're going to do it one for each layer, right? So we'll push on DDS header. What do we want to do? We want count. So we'll say we'll make a header. And then the header count is layers.count. Like this. And then we want it took so long. Yeah. Peace. I'm stuck in tutorial hell. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry, stick at it. Have you thought about fully implementing 3D model loading? I haven't. It's not in this engine. I have done all that in the past though. I'll do it if I actually need it. I want to stay away from 3D modeling though, to be honest, because that would make anything I do probably too big in scope if I had to do 3D modeling as well. And I'm not very good at it. I can draw in 2D, but not in 3D. So what I might have is line as 16 DDS file header. And then we just want U64 the size really. Like this. And then we want to go DDS file header, size is afterwards. So we want auto start equals image buffer get size. Maybe we want like start and end. That maybe. So offset is the image buffer size, and the file header size is equal to the file header image buffer dot get size minus file header offset. So we want to go DDSA buffer dot push header, and then we want to do DDSA buffer dot push the file header, and then at the end we want to do DDSA buffer dot push the image buffer. Should we just make that U64? That'll be fine. Could do fake 3D like Doom engine. Yeah. I mean, 3D is a different thing. Like, you can make good one-person 3D games for sure, but you've got to sacrifice something. Like usually fidelity if you're doing 3D. In 2D though, you don't have to. So I don't tend not to do 3D stuff. Although there will be some 3D. There'll be some 3D tricks. It'll be a 2D game, but there'll be some 3D tricks. Madder, yeah, see you later. Thanks for popping by. See you later. Peace, thanks for the follow as well. So push the header, then we push each file header, then we push the image buffer, and then we can just basically save it. So right binary. So what name do we want to call it? We should probably just hash the DDSA buffer. Say auto DDSA name. Compiled. Well, what is it? It's the data format. Really? 64 DDSA buffer. I'm just going to write the DDS name, DDSA buffer get data. What's the problem here? Oh, we can't hash a push buffer. Really? Can we hash a normal buffer? So it's get data, get size. Just needs the allocator. No T's. Deprecate the IDEs. Forced to use the new version. Yeah, maybe. The thing is, they want as many people as possible to write software for their operating systems, don't they? Because that's what keeps them alive. So I don't know. I reckon they'll just make it as easy as possible. Personally, or they'll try to. Okay, so we've made this kind of off-the-cuff file format. It just stores a bunch of DDS files in one file. While this is compiling, I'm gonna have a 2-minute break. I'll be back in 2 minutes. right. Let's just see if this file writes anyway. So the offset is the image buffer size. Is that what we really want though? Yeah. Kind of needs to be offset from the start of the file, but that's going to be, yeah, we'll leave it like that, that'll be fine. So we push the file, which do all of that. We've got this image buffer, and then we've got this DDSA buffer. I'm going to write it. And let's try and load that back up again immediately. This is all kind of temporary, really. And then we need to do binary reader buffer get data. Well, I think we should pass in a buffer, can't we? That'll work like that. Yeah, and then we can just go auto header was r.get DDSA header. Header in, not in header. There it is. So we'll just formalize this a little bit more. So we want struct DDS array, and then it's just an array of textures like this, and then we want load from file. And then we want to save to file. Getting us one way or another. They're just taking all our money. They already are getting us. Okay. So we want void add const image view like this. Are these just images? So we want to do auto text equals textures push we go text, load from memory. Raw texture reader with ID. No, it's not what we want to do. We want to go view. It has to be an image. Does it have to be an image? It should work with a view. View dot write to memory. Get pixels. Oh yeah, that's how it works. So we write it to buffer, and then we have to we can get it load from memory. Yeah, this is it. So this is view ID view.get width. Maybe it has to be an image then. It has to be an image. Get texture format, image, and we need image, get pixels, get size bytes. Okay, so that will just do this. Maybe we call this actually just texture array. Actually make it more like the image one. So here when we have write to file, not that one though. Want an image writer, push buffer. Happens when everything I do becomes that when XP became. Who knows? Yeah. You can't, unfortunately. Some people try to. The guy who writes the STB libraries, these ones, is still in Visual Studio 6, I think. Or Visual C++ or whatever it was called back then. It wasn't called Visual Studio. Still to this day, he's using that. Okay. So we want TDSA header, and then dot count equals textures dot get count. Let's push the buffer on. Push the header on, sorry. And then for auto text and textures, I'm going to push a header on. DDS file header. This is DDSA header. DDS texture header. Well, it's not actually DDS anymore. Yeah, thank you. Cheers. We'll keep it as DDS because that's what it's going to be. I don't know if I actually really want to write a very general purpose one. Trying to deprecate C++ already as we speak. Still very popular. Who knows where it's going to be in 2050? The computing age is still very, very young, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to be mental. So actually what we want is the encoder. That's what we want. DGS texture header is not the greatest name. Entry header. So we want to push buffer for texture data buffer. Get size. And then we want to push the actual texture on. So text dot texture have a write to memory. No, it doesn't. Ooh. When you actually read them. Okay, I was going to call it DDS image array. Make them images. Let you know, Windows 11 goes. I'm about to start using it, so we'll see. So we want the encoder. Nope, that's wrong. It's image. I'm going to write it to the image data buffer. Then the entry dot size is equal to the entry offset minus the image data buffer size. And then we want to do DDSA buffer, push the entry. And then we want to go DDSA buffer, push the image data buffer, and then return file write binary. DDSA buffer dot get data, DDSA buffer dot get size equals DDSA buffer get size. Okay. The path. Thank you. Very kind, thank you. Read from memory. New technology hardware. Oh yeah, I know. It's crazy, isn't it? It's been going on for a long time in my life. You won't even be able to comprehend what's going to happen. It's a new image. So we don't need to do this actually anymore. This is just images. Add image. Okay, so this now, so that all compiles. So we're going to have a DDS image array. And then this is images.add layer image. And then this is just images, write to file, PC7 encoder. And the path is DDS image array path. Data path, data format, file.getID. It's incredibly easy to live in the past though. I mean, be nostalgic for the past. Yeah. Standard move that. So we don't need to do this anymore. So add needs to return the index. So layer in layers. We don't need data paths anymore. We don't need flush jobs yet. The data path is this. We actually want to actually set the type to something else. The type needs to be a tree or DDS or texture array or something. Say image array. And this is going to be DDSA. Yeah, we'll say the type is a DDSA. So we want path and content source type. So that's that, and that is so content path, content source, path, and DDSA like that. No, it's not in source file though. Wrong one. It's here. Data path. You'll find a way to put air into everything. Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to happen. It's going to be just everywhere doing everything. There won't even be... Think about it, like emails will just be AI sending emails to other AIs. That's all email's gonna be. So this is a little bit neater. The only problem is it's going to be quite slow because this is not multi-threaded anymore. But at least we can save. We have a DDSA file. Maybe call this. Thing is it loads it. If we want to load it, might just call this like a DDSA writer. DDSA writer like that. And then call this saved file. I'm gonna write to files probably okay. He's a writer after all. This can be a view now. What's this? Oh yeah, I've read about this guy. He can play, yeah, like 3 days later he was playing like Civ or something. It's amazing. Oh, there's more than one path. Path. Okay. So we're just adding all these images in. Shouldn't take too long. This is gonna take quite a while. $70 milliseconds. That isn't too bad. I'm unconvinced that's worked because that's too fast. Well, we'll just try and load it back in again, see if we can get it all out. Yeah, it's totally crazy. It's totally crazy. So fast, I don't believe that's even working. So the DDSA path brushes data. Sets compiled brushes data. There it is, DDSA. So that's just a binary text format. There's a lot of brushes there. Let's delete all of these actually. So Russia sends us back to the Stone Age. We'll see. Yeah, it's quite scary reading that thing on the news this morning about that big arms parade thing. That they had like China, Russia, and North Korea. Quite scary. Yeah. Okay. Construct TTSA reader. And actually, so it'd be like bool read from file. Auto buffer equals file read binary path. There's no buffer. Return false. If there is, we need a binary reader for the buffer, and then we're just going to go auto header equals reader get DDSA header magic. What is this? Oh. It's not equal to DDSA header.magic return false. Okay, so we need to read the header out. If there's no header, return. If the header magic is not, so this is a different type of file. We want to do I might just call this DDSA. We'll have an array of textures. I might just call this texture array. Like this. So this needs to be like a DDSA image reader, really. Anyway, whatever. We'll get to that. So we want counts. We want textures. Dot reserve. Header count. And then we want basically the actual headers. So you want to go we're going to go auto count is header count and reserve count, and then we're going to go for while count minus start getting out the headers. So we're gonna go auto entry, or the entry is equal to reader get DDSA entry header. That's right, Root Dragon, yeah. So the base so database image base is equal to the buffer get data. No, is the reader pointer plus count times size DDS entry header. So that gets us to the first image. So auto, well, yeah, auto, that can be auto as well. The image pointer is equal to image base plus entry offset, like that, and then auto image size is equal to the entry size, like that. Fanbjörk, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Good after, Ben. And then we just want to go textures, auto texture equal to textures, and push one, then we just do texture dot load from memory DDS image reader image pointer, image size. Oh. Did some bug fixes, still struggling, okay. Found a bug in the decompiler and the other decompiler. Oh, nice. DDS texture reader, this is. Okay, so that should, in theory, read them all back out of the file and put them in there. Let's see anyway. So we're going to go texture array, textures. Might just put in an actual constructor as well. Data path. See if it loads it back in as all textures. So this is writing to disk. See if it loads it all back in. The decompiled's further ahead than me when it comes to variables, even though it has no control flow restructuring. Okay. Alright, okay, cool. Good catch though. Okay, so I need to turn off. I'll turn back on this NatJMC thing. Their approach isn't good enough. Okay. Oh dear. Just spend a couple of days trying stuff out. That's what I would say. I'm not entirely sure how difficult it is what you're doing. It sounds very difficult though. Okay, that's writing to file. That's not what we want to do. We want to just do this, read it all back in again. So that's the count. So that's where the image base is. It's not a good sign because it's not a DDS. Should say DDS there, I think. Oh no, it's the header first. The entry. There we go. Size is massive. Offset 0. Size is massive. Offset 0 is... So we're saving it wrong. Having a world crisis. Oh dear. Because it's size minus offset, that's why. There we go, that's good. Image pointer. Still not DDS though. Should say DDS there. Let's have a quick look at a round image pointer. That's not right. Right now, I thought something to try and... Ah, right, okay. So that's at 38752. It's the first one. 38752. Oops, I didn't actually have a breakpoint there where I was reading it in again. Sometimes the problem is finding the problem, not the actual problem. Yes, I agree. 38752. Maybe we just store it. Maybe we just store it. Data offset. So we want to go ESA buffer. Get index. So DDSA header index. Data offset. DDSA buffer. Get size like that. Let's try that. And then this offset here. Is the buffer pointer plus header dot data offset. So if this says DDS, it doesn't say DDS. Three 8768 image base. Why doesn't it say DDS? That's weird. Are we actually pushing that entire buffer on, or is that working? Oh, look. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. This is, we have to push the data buffer, get data, image data buffer, get size. Actually pushing on the whole range there, rather than the actual structure itself. There we go, it says DDS. There we go, we got all the textures back out. They're all pretty small because a lot of them are just like leaves. That's awesome. So the question is, do we want to read from file with a specific reader? So it'd be something like struct DDSA reader. And it would be we'll read read from memory, I suppose. Texture array. Texture array. U8 pointer. Site size. Do it like that. AI, it's really okay. Presenting through it enough in the data set. Yeah. So you're using AI a lot to help you with this. Yeah. Okay. So this needs to go in here. And this is pointer and size. And this is texture array. Textures. Push. And reserve. And this is template class reader. And then this is return. Be reader. Return reader. This buffer.get data, buffer.get size. Okay. And then that goes above. In fact, that can kind of go above all of them. So I'm going to say if path has extension, what is it? Is file has path has extension path .ddsa. Implemented. And we have to read from file DDSA reader. It's actually just like this. Okay. This has to be textures then. Like that. This has to be array texture. Textures. Pointer. Just return true. Okay, so that can literally, we can read it any type of file, any type of texture, so like obviously a DDS texture. We could have like, we could read in, I don't know, raw bitmap textures or whatever. And we just pass in different reader to read from file. That should still work. Okay, so we need a good place for this. For this, it could maybe go in just with texture. We could make a DDSA reader writer. Yeah, that's what we'll do. It'll go in here as well. Well, hang on. Where is texture? Actually, it's in graphics. So it should probably go in graphics. We want DDSA reader writer. Goes in there like that. Templated so it can actually move. Okay. So we need to include texture. Include the BM array. And DDS texture reader. To include the EDS image writer. There. Where is that? In the BM. Okay, and then text in texture, we'll put texture array as well. DDSA reader. So unfortunately this includes texture. Can I get away with doing that? Nope. No, it can actually be in there though. And this can include DDSA reader writer. Okay, so this is a type of asset that we can load. A texture array. So we need to put that in the content cache then, so the content cache can store them. Okay, so we need libm graphics DDS reader writer. And obviously we don't need to load it back up again. So that's quite a nice API. Just create a writer DDSA, which means an array of DDS files basically. DDSA is an image format or in a file format, stores an array of DDS files. And then we just write it with the BC7 encoder. Could have a separate encoder per image. That might be better. I'm a bit more complicated that though. And when we write it, just write it all. So now we need to actually, we'll try and rather than just read it directly off disk, read it out of the content cache. So we need a next asset texture array. The extension is .ddsa, like that. And we also need to know to fill out now one of these. The texture array. Stopped working. Just leave it. We'll just look at this and we'll just copy them. Okay. So if the extension is well, we don't need to do any of these really. We just need to go new pnew texture array path, return hash 64 path. release. Okay, we need to know how to release all these. Transform. Each. Textures. And the op is arc release. I think you just release a texture like that. Yeah, I think we just have to do textures.empty. Like that. And then that will call release, which will release its residency, yeah. The texture array release. Okay, so now in theory we can make a texture array with the content cache. So if we look at where we were working, which was down here, just go auto textures equals cc get texture array data path. We might call this texture array rather than DDSA, because it could be any type of texture rather than an array of DDS files. Get it again. Oh, looks like it didn't quite work there. Oh. Get it quite there. Maybe on end frame we could do it. This sets up a recursive it's called recursively because this we're inside kind of the content cache at the moment. end of the frame, that should, your content cache stuff should be done. Yes. So this should work. Oh, it says it's empty though. No data path is pointing to nothing. It's temporary. There we go. Nice one. So this is actually going to be called texture array. Right. So now in the content game board editor, let's look when we actually stamp one and see if the brush content has in it that's DDSA texture. Once it's built. Okay, so select a tree, brush, tile content, tree simulation. The data path, texture array, paths, DDSA. There we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just delete a bunch of stuff in that level. It's big now. We'll just start again. So we'll add in the tree layer. So there's no preview. Let's fix that. Stamp on in, save it. And there we go. It says it's a tree simulation. And the data is tree simulation content data with a brush. Should be able to load that brush, and inside that brush, which is 98, which is this brush, we can see that we have content type texture array, DDSA. There's no data in the content though. For the brush. So we'll just see about that. So the tree simulation is not saving. So let's have a quick look at tree simulation. There's no way to save it, that's why. So we need to put a save in here. And then that might be it for the day. Hey, I want to start coding. Should I start with x86 assembly or C? Start with C. If you get good enough at C, you will start using the assembly stuff after. But yeah, I'd start with C for now. Yeah, welcome Terrific Toilet. What a great username that is. Love it. I love a terrific toilet. Okay. So we need to do a reflect for this. Yeah, if you've got any coding questions, Terrific Toilet, let us know. We'll talk about it. It's basically this. Except it's tree simulation. So we've got the leave states. And then we've got the trunk. And then we've got whirl P. Probably just go from Lua to C++. Okay. Yeah, I mean, just try a bunch of stuff. There's loads of languages. You know, you're going to be doing very different things in Lua compared to C++, so just try a load of stuff, see which one you like, really. Okay, got 10 minutes to get this sorted. It's really like a simplified version of C++. It's definitely simpler than C++. They don't have much overlap in similarity though, I would say. They're for different languages for different applications, I would say. Generally what people do is they run Lua on top of C++. So Lua can call into C++, you see. It's like a scripting, for scripting, you know. But yeah, I learn them both. Bidge. That's how you pronounce it. How long have I been learning C++? I've been coding it since the late 90s, since about 99, maybe 1998, 1999, so a long time. But the language itself has changed massively in that time. So you are always learning because the language is always changing and it's getting more expressive and more complicated at the same time. Relief state. Okay. What we're doing here. This is, yeah, leaf index. After. There we go. Oh, it almost worked. How's it changing? So every 3 years they release a new version, and the new version has a lot like more stuff, different syntax, bigger standard library, and you know, changes to the fundamentals of the language as well. So every 3 years there's more to get your head around. No, I'm not joking. That's it. Yeah. The thing is, it's not like the old stuff gets left behind. So, you know, your code will still work, but the language will have gotten bigger. Seems awful. I think it's common for a lot of programming languages to do that. They need to change as demand for what they want to do changes. You know, they just have to, or they just get left behind, really. Like C does it as well. C releases new versions all the time with different stuff in. And you know, like that, they might introduce something into a language and realize they did it wrong. So in the next version, it'll be corrected, you know. So it is important, I think. Could just do it like this, really. All right. Let's see. Let's just compile that first. The thing about coding is it's not like you just learn something and then that's it. It's a constant. It's a constant thing that you practice all the time. And what a lot of people do is they take a look at all of the new stuff and then they pick bits out that they want to use. You don't have to use it all. But there's a bit there for everything, you know, in theory. Alright. So this brush was not being built properly. Well, the data was left off. Now that should sort it out. So let's see. Nope, didn't work. I don't think. 9980.brush. I don't think it worked. Okay, let's follow that through then and see what's causing that problem. Then I'm gonna have to go. Didn't change in almost 15 years. Didn't change at all in 15 years. What language is that? So it's here. Maybe it's to do with this content brush thing. Right, sheet data pairs. Yeah, it's this. Oh no, this tree simulation is in there. It's not a real coding language. Ah, okay. There we go, look. So it's not actually calling in. So what is this type? Tree simulation. I reckon it didn't build. So we have specialized it there. Alright, let's just build this properly. And then I'm going to have to go. And that means we can save tree brushes, which is awesome. And then tomorrow we'll be planting the trees in the ground, or painting them into the ground anyway. And that's the kind of last of the brushes as well, I think. Then we need to go through and delete the old content cache and stuff, which will take a while. Try that again then. We did a fresh build there. There we go. So this is all, this is a big, there's a lot, there's like 2,000 leaves on the tree. This is a particle system, this, so have one of these for each particle. Obviously in the game it's not a text format. But this is just for the editor really, which we're working on the actual editor at the moment. Cool. Right, I'm gonna have to head off. It's a good stream though. Got quite a bit done. I'm back tomorrow at about 9:30 in the morning, British time. So yeah, see you later.